Start just doing login stuff. I'm buying a game, I think. No, I don't need this game. Go back out. Please stop, please stop, please stop.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Herbal grow orco. Knows you slashing. Can I interest you in some of my fine wares? That seems a fair price.
I got a level.
Autopilot jumping.
That's a good deal.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Tell your friends about me. Goodbye.
Approaching station.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to use enchanting in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Why bother with enchanting at all? Well, basically, it's going to make your character more powerful and
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot
By the way,
disabled.
Do you happen to know what the
Waypoint
fine
reached.
is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia?
That was very weird.
My pleasure. Please continue.
Stop this now. Stop that now.
The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion is an amazing and massive game. Between
May I
combat,
interest you in
conversation,
some
and
of my
legwork,
fine
there's
wares?
something to do for just about everyone. And
45
furthermore, no wrong
pounds.
way to play the game. However, there are certain techniques and methods of gameplay that are more efficient than others. In order to figure out your perfect balance of gameplay, it's important to
Good
have
day.
the right tools. And the best kinds to have are
Herbal
enchanted.
or slash.
For those of you who don't know,
Let's see
enchanted
what we
items
got
are
here.
weapons or clothing imbued with some sort of magical effect. These effects can be seen on the menu screen when the item is highlighted. The most powerful enchanted items are found as random loot in chests located in dungeons. However, you can also make enchanted items by using enchanting altars located in the Chironasium at the Arcane University. Unfortunately though, the university is restricted to people who have earned entry. In order to gain access to the university, you first must join the Mages Guild, and then complete a recommendation quest at each of the guild halls located in the 7 major cities strewn across Cyrodiil. Only after running errands for each guild hall will you be allowed to freely come and go from the Arcane University. Once you gain access to Cyrodiil's Seat of Magic though, you can enchant weapons, armor, and clothing in the Chironasium as you see fit. But you'll also need a few materials. The first most obvious thing you'll need is something to enchant. It's important to realize you can't enchant items that are already enchanted. You can only place normal, non-magical items on an altar. Second, you'll need to know a spell with the effect you want to place on the item. You don't even need the proficiency to cast the spell. You just need to have learned it and have it under the Spells tab of the menu. Each guild hall teaches a different kind of magic, and there are always 2 separate vendors to each hall for weak and powerful spells. A quick summary for what each guild hall teaches is as follows. Shaden Hall teaches Alteration, Coral teaches Conjuration, Anvil, Restoration, Skingrad, Destruction, Breville, Illusion, and Leowin teaches Mysticism. Third, you'll need gold. How much is dependent on how powerful the enchantment is, and the strength of the enchantment is dependent on the next thing you need. Number 4, a filled soul gem. If you don't know, soul gems are, just as the name implies, gems that you fill with the souls of fallen enemies. There are 6 types of soul gems in the game. In order of size from least to greatest, they are petty, lesser, common, greater, grand, and black. Each creature in the game has a different size soul, starting with mud crabs who have petty souls and ending with human beings whose souls can only fit in black soul gems. The size of the soul is what determines the power of the enchantment you place on an item. Soul gems can be purchased from Mages Guild vendors and found in random loot caches in dungeons, with higher capacity gems only appearing whenever you've reached higher levels. In addition, black soul gems can only be created from empty soul gems through a dark ritual which is discovered during the Mages Guild questline. As for how to fill soul gems, you need only have them in your inventory, then cast a soul trap spell on your enemy and kill them while it's still active. When you do this, the enemy's soul will automatically fill the smallest empty gem it can fit in. Something else worth mentioning is only 1 soul can fit in each gem, so you can't do something like capture multiple petty souls in 1 grand soul gem. Also, a quick note, soul trap spells are categorized as mysticism magic, so they are taught at the Leowin Mages Guild Hall. The simplest soul trap spell also requires a level 25 or higher mysticism skill. You'll likely have to learn a simpler spell and cast it over and over to raise your proficiency before you can soul trap. Anyways, those are the 4 things you need for enchanting. A plain, non-magical item to enchant, adequate gold, a filled soul gem, and a spell with the effect you want. With all of these things, you need only activate an altar, choose an item, soul gem, spell effect, name the item, and confirm the action. By utilizing this system, you can make the game significantly easier. You can create armor that's magically shielded, clothing to enhance your magic skills, weapons with elemental damage, jewelry to enhance your barter skill, the list goes on. I have one final trailing note about enchanting though. There is one additional place with an enchanting altar that you can use. Frostcrag Spire, also known as the Wizard's Tower add-on,
yes.
is DLC available to Xbox 360 and PC gamers. This tower has an enchanting altar that you can make use of without needing the approval of the Mages Guild. You first have to purchase Mage Tallow candles for the altar to work though, but simply put, this is a much easier and faster method of gaining access to enchanting. Just keep in mind that the Mage's Tower isn't included on any Oblivion game discs and isn't available on the PlayStation 3 at all. Frostcrag Spire is, as the term DLC implies, downloadable only.
I'm sorry to get the money where I
Enchanting is the most
can.
beneficial thing that can be
Greetings.
done in
What can I
Oblivion,
do
which
for
no
you?
one has to do. Even though it's a pricey activity
can I
and a bit
interest you in?
difficult to understand at first, it should never be overlooked. If you didn't know anything about enchanting, or didn't understand how enchanting worked, hopefully now you have a firm grasp on the subject. Just remember to put what you've learned to good use the next time you play The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion.
Come back and see me again.
Ain't
Hey,
right now.
do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
The following are the current fastest skill farming methods I've found for each skill in Oblivion without using DLC, mods, macros, or external software to rebind the controls differently than the game normally allows. Glitches and in-game mechanics are utilized. I can't seem to find a video about this anywhere that compiles all of the best methods into one place, so I'm going to do it here. These skill grinding methods are a combination of things I found on my own, along with information I found on the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages and a bunch of ancient IGN forum posts. These new and improved methods will appear in our next attempt at the Oblivion 100% completion speedrun. Refer to the time codes in the description for each particular skill. Information is redundant between similar sections so that people don't have to watch the whole video to understand each explanation. Several skill farming methods require you to know how to use the dupe glitch, so I'll start by explaining how to do that. All you need to perform this glitch is 2 stacks of 2 different scrolls. These can be purchased from Kalindal in the Imperial City Market District, since he always has an assortment of scrolls for sale. Once you have at least 2 of one type of scroll and 1 of another scroll, open your inventory. Select the scroll that represents the quantity of the item that you want to dupe. Then, without closing your inventory, find the item you want to dupe and drop it. When you exit your inventory, there will now be a number of that item dropped equal to the number of scrolls in the stack that you selected. Note that certain items cannot be duped. Also, if your scroll stack is equal or less than the item stack you're trying to dupe, the glitch won't work, since the game always drops the number of items equal to the scroll stack. Having multiple stacks of scrolls allows you to perform the dupe glitch back and forth on the scrolls to acquire larger stacks for duping massive quantities of items. Button mashing is a skill that is very useful for several skill grinds. I use 2 methods, the Twitch method and the right-clicking method. I'll explain both and compare them. To do the Twitch method, stabilize the mouse with one hand and click with the other. Keep your wrist and fingers still and tense your forearm, slightly applying pressure to the mouse to click it quickly. Keep your mouse in the air to avoid moving the cursor. This is fatiguing, and I typically cap out around 12 clicks per second according to this Ffxi website. To do the right-clicking method, hold your mouse in the air with one hand and click by swiping.
Damn it, I can't pay attention because I've got to go do something all fast. Black and white major, what I need, and an ice cluster. Fuck. Lowlands. How do I not have Yotor? I better go, who owns Upper... Can I do that? Can you get a Chocobo over there? You can get a Chocobo. Oh yeah, you can get a Chocobo at Yotor. So I will just switch to white, black mage, nope, thief. Need to be Beastmaster, black mage, white mage, black mage, okay, so I'm gonna turn this heater off because it is kind of hot in here. And then yeah, I can just teleport Yo and ride over there and make 10k. Thank God for the map, or I wouldn't be able to do this. Or even remotely close to it. That's odd. That summoner is out here soloing. This is a pretty extreme place to solo, kind of. Definitely working without a tight wire. Fuck. Yeah, did I do this wrong? No, I didn't do it wrong, but it's fucking annoying. East, which is this way, underneath. East, I'm on a Chocobo. East. Wait, did I do this wrong? How did I do it wrong? I go up north, I go east from there. Yes. Fuck, I never did get Yotor, and that's stupid. I can always get a telly. Don't log me out. Don't log me out. Don't log me out. Okay, go north. Oh, God. Gotta be careful I don't die here.
I'm not sure I can trust you. Why don't you just
What are you saying now? Shut up, you. E. You said east? E7. E7 is E7. Okay, north. Gotta go north. Can I go around south? Okay. You said east, so I went east. I don't know where the fuck this camp is. I haven't been to it. Oh, I went down the wrong way. Maybe I should have... No, Chocobo would have been slower. Can't get aggro here, I'll fucking die. You said east, buddy. I went where you told me to go. I made 20K. I did what he told me to do. Okay. This shouldn't have cost him 20K. I'm gonna send him 10 of it back. This shouldn't have cost him. He agreed on 10. I'm gonna send him 10. Fuck it. I don't know. Maybe I should just take the money. Fuck it. Whatever. It took a long time, honestly. It really did. Okay, I'm gonna go back on Oblivion now. Like, I was like, not to fucking Ffxi, no. Okay, what am I doing? Getting on the hardcore character. Hardcore character. And, yeah, we're gonna offer, but we're gonna take... Oh, take. Why are you always logging me in some other account? It's so annoying. I should eat something. It's 11:30 and I've not eaten today. Not really. I've had, like, that fruit drink. What should I eat? I don't really feel like eating, so what should I eat? I could just have a bowl of cereal. Seems simple enough. I don't know. I can make another sandwich and popcorn like I did last night, which is what I should do because the popcorn will go bad if I don't. I suppose that's what I'll do. It's quick enough. I'll be right back, guys. Footsteps. I could do chili, I suppose. Oh, these potatoes are maybe a little too old. Potatoes go bad that fast? Let's look at them. Yes, they have gone bad. Or I don't know. Do these things matter? The spuds, the glow. But yeah, I think that does matter, unfortunately. Here's a whole nother bag. It's also sprouted. I don't know. They feel good. Like they're not bad. So maybe I'll just cut them off. I guess I'll find out. Let's find out. But anyways, yeah. Oh, that's gonna have to go to suppose. That will make a good sandwich. Ooh, money. Before I start this, I want to send my e-pilot off in the right direction. Ooh, people are buying things or winning things. Yeah, people are buying things, huh? 12 mil for what? Oh no, offered expired. Okay. Well, I got most of that money I spent back. Jesus Christ, I'm actually up. Yeah, don't log me out, and I want you to go there and there. And take this and undock.
Autopilot engaged.
I guess we will watch the Philip DeFranco. Thank you, PRC Live. I'd like to sub to your channels.
Warp drive active.
I will watch the Philip DeFranco. Trump melts down.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco show.
Yep, sounds good. I'll be right back.
Approaching Stargate.
Much better. I wanted this to turn off. So, yes, let us do some sandwich.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Now, yeah, you know, I've had this. This is cheap. I think we can do this, actually. I'm going to do a cream cheese.
Approaching Stargate.
Garlic stuffed olive.
Good evening.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Pickles. Okay. Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Did I finish the juice? No. Okay. Let's watch some Philip DeFranco. But first, gotta make sure you don't disconnect me. Yeah.
Daily dive into the news. My name is Philip DeFranco, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Donald Trump is now deporting U.S. citizens, or at the very least, he is deporting their mothers and allegedly giving them no choice but to bring their kids with them, even if there are other family members in the U.S. willing and able to take the kids in. Right, with that, the citizens in question, they're 2, 4, and 7 years old. And notably, one of them is reportedly suffering from a rare form of metastatic cancer, with lawyers claiming he's been
Oh,
sent away on
good.
medication
Cancer
and constantly
patient.
consulted
Always
despite
good.
ICE knowing about his condition. extradition. Also, one of the mothers, she is said to be pregnant, and she was allegedly deported without ensuring any continuity of
Autopilot
prenatal
jumping.
care or medical oversight. Now, with all of that said, as of recording, the Trump administration hasn't really responded to those allegations, but it has, however, defended itself against the accusation of deporting U.S. citizens, with them saying that the women were unauthorized immigrants and claiming that they had taken their citizen children
Walking
with
to
them by
station.
choice. And this is
Warp
U.S.
drive
Secretary of State
active.
Marco Rubio, for example, telling Meet the Press this weekend.
3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2, were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported.
But one of the problems with that is that in all 3 cases, lawyers say that the women were arrested at routine check-ins, given almost no opportunity to speak with lawyers or their family members, and then deported
you just
within
black
3
bag
days
them.
or less. And so with that, you have people like this one lawyer with the National Immigration Project accusing the government of purposefully manipulating facts, and also saying what has become entirely clear is that ICE's portrayal of consent is undeniably false and flatly a lie.
Approaching
And continuing
station.
to say ICE did not provide the mothers with any alternative other than their U.S. citizen children coming with them. They were not provided a choice. They were not provided options. And then on top of that, you had the head of the National Immigration Project calling the idea that the children weren't deported willfully misleading, noting that ICE officials were, quote, well aware that there were legal custodians and family members who were ready and willing to care for them. With then another lawyer involved in the case suggesting that the mothers were under extreme duress and were essentially coerced into accepting this deportation with their children. Right? And so with all that, we've seen at least one judge so far appear receptive to the lawyer's arguments. A judge who notably is a conservative Trump appointee who's handling the case involving the 2-year-old referred to in court documents as DML. And in that case, you have the government claiming that the mother requested to take her child with her to Honduras, citing a handwritten note purportedly written by the mother in Spanish. But the judge appeared to be skeptical, scheduling a hearing for next month, quote, in the interest of dispelling the court's strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. With them also emphasizing there, it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport, detain for deportation, or recommend deportation of a U.S. citizen. And so now we're going to have to wait to see what comes from all that, as well as what happens with these other cases, and really with so many others. I mean, connected to all this, ICE also reportedly deported a Cuban-born woman last week, married to a U.S. citizen, separating her from a 1-year-old child. And as with others, she was allegedly held
Docking
incommunicado
permission
and flown to
requested.
Cuba within just a few days,
Docking
with her
permission
lawyer
requested.
claiming that the woman was still breastfeeding her daughter, who suffers from seizures. And then, beyond that, even as data and U.S. intelligence continues to undermine Trump's justification for the whole thing, the administration has just kept ramping up its mass deportation
Docking
efforts.
permission
Seeing, for example,
requested.
last week,
Docking
nearly
request
800 immigrants
accepted.
being arrested as part of a 4-day operation in Florida. And then just this weekend, more than 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies raided an underground nightclub in Colorado, arresting
What?
100 people authorities said were undocumented immigrants.
Oh my god! I wash my hands. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. What underground Colorado nightclub? What underground nightclub? It was a rave. They busted a rave. Colorado Springs. Why? Dear God, why?
Also, another interesting so seeing, for example, last week, nearly 800 immigrants being arrested as part of a 4-day operation in Florida. And then just this weekend, more than 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies raided an underground nightclub in Colorado.
10 federal
arresting more than 100 people
agencies?
authorities said were undocumented immigrants. But also,
They're gonna kill us, aren't they?
The push to get the numbers that Trump promised deported is reportedly not even close to being reached, despite the lack of due process, which in itself has become more and more alarming to many. U.S. citizens have been mistakenly detained, and in some instances, They've even received official paperwork telling them to leave the country. It's also now been revealed that Mahmoud Khalil, the pro-Palestinian activist and legal permanent resident, was detained without an arrest warrant last month. And then, of course, there's the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was sent to El Salvador despite a court order barring his removal, with there, of course, being bigger questions about the legality of the other deportations there as well. Which I will say, this is me shifting from the news to now my opinion. Now, going into this administration, I was expecting the worst. I was hoping for the best, but just the pure chaos of all this, the mishandling from the administration, it's been kind of wild to watch. Because with the 2024 election, one of the biggest winning issues for Trump was around illegal immigration. There was that and his economic promises. But since he's been president again, right, it's been over 3 months now when rubber has met the road and people have been seeing how things are being done. It's not popular. You got new polls saying that 43% approve it.
So you couldn't build your walls, so you just start blackbagging everybody like Hitler? That was your solution? You couldn't think of something more creative? Why not just sue everybody or whatever? Just sue all these people. Just sue all these immigrants. Sue them. Why are you acting like Hitler,
Was handling
blackbagging them without our consent?
Economy, with then only 31% supporting his handling of the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. With then Trump's response to the best polling recently being him posting on Truth Social, these people should be investigated for election fraud, and add in the Fox News pollster while you're at it. With him calling the New York Times poll and the ABC Washington Post poll fake polls from fake news organizations. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how this continues to play out. I mean that in the real world, on the ground, the implications, what's happening in the courts, and with the polling. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts. But then, next up today is shifting gears. We need to talk about this carbon dioxide news, because relatively few outlets have actually caught wind of this news. Starting with the news that the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere rose by 3.75 parts per million last year. Which I know, like, if you're not super familiar with...
I'm gonna wash my hands, I'll be right back. Fucking busted a Colorado rave. What? I guess watch it.
This space, it doesn't sound like much, but it's actually the largest single-year increase on record. In fact, it's 25% bigger than the previous record of 2.96 parts per million, which was set in 2015. And so now the total concentration of CO2 is about 423 parts per million, way up from the 337 measured in 1979 and the 280 estimated for the start of the Industrial Revolution. Now, as far as why the rate of increase seems to be growing, obviously humans are emitting more CO2 into the atmosphere, but scientists believe that there may be another reason as well. Namely, that the Earth is soaking up less carbon than it did before, because forests, wetlands, and other natural biomes absorb much of the excess carbon that we produce. But as the warming climate breaks these ecosystems down, they slow down climate change less and less. And so you've got scientists worried that last year's events could point to a feedback loop where climate change destroys carbon sinks, releasing more carbon and speeding up climate change. But then also a big part of this is you likely didn't hear this news, which, by the way, like and subscribe to the channel, because the Trump administration allegedly tried to smother it. So for context, every year around this time for about a decade, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has published the previous year's CO2 concentration data, with it prominently featuring a public report on its website and typically sending a press release to journalists. You know, because it's actually incredibly important and people need to know about it. But this year, instead of doing all that, NOAA, they just posted the data on Facebook and X. And even then, it provided no context, just announcing the numbers without mentioning that they're record-breaking or clarifying how big they are. You're also not going to find the context in the replies on X either, because most of those appear to be snarky climate deniers writing stuff like, oh yeah, is that exponential growth? Now with that, according to Scientific American, NOAA staff did prepare a public web story for the data this year as usual, but a source who naturally requested anonymity for fear of reprisal told the outlet that officials nixed the report at the last minute, and that notably coming after months of just unmitigated chaos at the agency. For example, the administration firing some 600 workers there in February, including meteorologists, hurricane plane hunters, storm modelers, and more. Then in March, judges ordered the agency to rehire many of them, but it just put them on paid administrative leave instead. And then in April, the Supreme Court lifted some of the rehiring orders, so the agency fired them again. Meanwhile, some of those workers told NBC they had missed some salary payments during that period, and they didn't have their health insurance plans restored or receive basic paperwork. With one worker even saying she underwent a $70,000 surgery only to find out after the fact that she didn't have active insurance coverage. As well as another worker saying he hadn't received any formal separation paperwork from NOAA and adding, there hasn't been any communication about what's happening. It's a mess. My paycheck had health premiums taken out, but they haven't said our benefits have been restored. It's not at all clear what's happening. And one scientist who was fired from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center telling the outlet, I have described it as intentional chaos and weaponized incompetence. And this is last month you even had NOAA announcing it was ending its monthly climate briefings where scientists explain climate and weather data to the media, with an agency spokesperson telling Axios, due to the loss of a significant number of staff resulting from the recent release of probationary employees, the deferred resignation program, and employees retiring, NCEI will no longer be able to support the monthly NOAA communications media briefing on the U.S. and global temperature and precipitation analyses and associated products. This is you also had sources telling the outlet that the agency had trouble recruiting scientists to volunteer for the briefings because they feared angering the White House. And it looks like things are just going to continue down this road and get worse because a White House proposal would cut NOAA's budget by over 27%, impacting education grants, research, and climate-related programs. With it even seeking to eliminate the entire Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, meaning that the lab responsible for the CO2 data that we just talked about, as well as the agency's other research labs, they will get shut down. And keep in mind, these facilities, they don't just measure climate change, strictly speaking. They also monitor the climate in a more ordinary sense, which is useful for farmers who depend on free, accurate weather and climate data. Not to mention anyone who doesn't want to die from storms and tornadoes, since the National Severe Storms Laboratory, which works to increase warning lead times, would also shut down. And keep in mind, there's even more being gutted and shut down. This is just some of them. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment. First, let's talk about the frustrating gap between where you want to be financially and where you actually are. Because for so many people, debt is the thing standing between them and their next big life move. It's also what most of us avoid facing head on. But you can make today the day that you break free from financial limbo. Because today's sponsor, PDS Debt, specializes in helping you tackle those obligations and get your future back on track with a plan that actually works. See, PDS Debt isn't just about managing your debt. They help you take charge of your financial life so you can make those big purchases you've been dreaming of. And their customized programs are designed for anyone carrying $10,000 or more in eligible debt. And they go beyond the numbers, taking time to understand your unique situation and create a plan built specifically for you. No more one-size-fits-all advice, and you'll get a clear, actionable path to financial freedom tailored to your lifestyle. PDS Debt will help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and put money back where it belongs, in your savings account. And you can get started with your free debt analysis in just 30 seconds at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, or scan the QR code to complete your free debt assessment to see what options are available to you. It's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. But then, next up in the news today, we've got this 60 Minutes reporter calling out his own employer. Because if you missed it, last week, the show's executive producer, Bill Owens, who had worked at 60 Minutes for 26 years and CBS for 37, resigned. With a big key thing being that he told his colleagues in a note that it had become clear that I would not be allowed to run the show as I have always run, to make independent decisions based on what was right for 60 Minutes, right for the audience. With that, then, widely taken to be a reference to Trump's ongoing lawsuit against 60 Minutes for $20 billion. Or because Owens...
$20 billion?
Company, they wanted to stand up.
Children are starving. Please help.
Oh, it's raining.
Who will help an old beggar?
To the White House, but reports say that Paramount, which owns CBS, is discussing a settlement with Trump's lawyers. Which, for an extra context there, Trump is accusing the show of deceptively editing an interview with Kamala Harris to make her look good, something that they've denied, and they even published the full transcript. Right now, it was already understood that this resignation was a big deal because in the show's 57-year lifespan, it's only ever had 3 executive producers, and Owens was one of them. But then, really casting a spotlight on the situation at the end of this Sunday's telecast, you had correspondent Scott Pelley firing this shot.
Bill resigned Tuesday. It was hard on him and hard on us. But our parent company, Paramount, is trying to complete a merger. The Trump administration must approve it.
With that, referring to a merger between Paramount and Skydance Media that's currently in the works, with Pelly then adding,
Paramount began to supervise our content in new ways. None of our stories has been blocked, but Bill felt he lost the independence that honest journalism requires.
Reportedly, Susan Zirinsky, the former president at CBS News, has been asked to review the show's stories before they air now. So clearly, some employees interpret that as pressure not to go too hard on Trump. Not only because of the merger and the lawsuit, but also because Trump's Ffxi is investigating CBS News for the same deceptive editing allegation, with Trump calling on the agency to impose maximum fines and punishment for what he called their unlawful and illegal behavior a couple weeks back. Writing on Truth Social almost every week, 60 Minutes mentions the name Trump in a derogatory and defamatory way, but this weekend's broadcast tops them all. But anyway, with this most recent update, you had Pelly finishing.
No one here is happy about it, but in resigning, Bill proved one thing. He was the right person to lead 60 Minutes all along.
Then, next up today, we have to talk about the tragic news that at least 11 have been killed after an SUV plowed through a festival crowd in Vancouver. With this happening at around 8 p.m. Saturday night as a...
You know, it's weird. The two major fucking news stories are right in my backyards. Both of them right in the two places I've lived in America. Both these stories.
Filipino Community Festival was winding down, and in addition to the 11 who were killed, dozens were injured, with the authorities saying that some of those injuries were very serious, so the final death toll is likely going to rise. And while as of recording, the police have not released the name of the victims, officials say that the ages range from 5 to 65. Now, as far as what happened, you had one witness who was selling clothes at a booth telling reporters that he initially saw the SUV crawling through the crowd and just assumed that it had been let in to help a vendor pack up, but then the car started to speed up, with that officials later saying that the SUV had entered through an enclosed area and then began plowing through the crowd before being apprehended by bystanders who called the police. With some of the witnesses saying that the driver had attempted to run away but was restrained by people in the crowd. And with this, you have prosecutors announcing they've charged a 30-year-old man with 8 counts of second-degree murder, though additional charges are expected. Now, also, very notably here, police have not yet announced a motive, but authorities have said that they do not believe this was an act of terrorism. And with that, you had the interim chief of the Vancouver Police Department saying that the driver has a significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals related to mental health, and adding there are many unanswered questions about why this horrific crime happened, the motive of the person who did it, and whether anything could have been done to prevent it. And while officials have said that there is no active threat to Canadians, the attack is still undeniably shaking the Filipino community and the country as a whole, especially as it happened just days before Canada's federal elections, which are being held today. And with that, you had Prime Minister Mark Carney, who's campaigning for his Liberal Party, responding by canceling a planned rally and expressing his condolences, saying, "Families lost a sister, a brother, a mother, a father, a son, or a daughter. Those families are living every family's nightmare. I know that I join all Canadians in mourning with you." And that sentiment also echoed by Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, who said, "Our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community. All Canadians are united with you in mourning the loss of these treasured lives." Then, from that, next up, Vladimir Putin just announced that there will be a ceasefire in Ukraine next month, but it will only be temporary. And so the ceasefire would only last 3 days, spanning May 8th through May 10th, to coincide with the 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. And with that, you had Putin saying in a statement on the Kremlin website, based on humanitarian considerations, the Russian side declares a truce during the 80th anniversary of the Victory Day. For this period, all hostilities are stopped, and adding, Russia believes that the Ukrainian side should follow this example. In the event of violations of the truce by the Ukrainian side, the armed forces of the Russian Federation will give an adequate and effective response. With also Putin's spokesman claiming that the temporary ceasefire underlines our willingness to get on the path toward a peaceful resolution. But there, we've seen many push back, with Ukraine's foreign minister, for example, saying in a statement on X, "If Russia truly wants peace, it must cease fire immediately. Why wait until May 8th? And adding that Ukraine is ready for a 30-day ceasefire, which is a plan that's been backed by the US but rejected by Putin. And notably, it wasn't just Ukraine who said that this temporary halt doesn't go far enough. Because when asked about Putin's announcement, you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters this morning, the president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed, and adding that Trump is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries and continuing. While he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well, and both leaders have to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. Right? And that statement is very notable because it comes just days after Trump made a post on Truth Social telling Putin to stop bombarding Ukraine and urging him to agree to a peace deal. And this is just yesterday. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the administration will decide this week if it's going to continue peace talks or shift its energy to other issues. So right now, it remains unclear if a long-term solution is going to be reached anytime soon, or even if this 3-day one will be on. Because, I mean, Putin abruptly announced a ceasefire on Easter Sunday, and Ukraine agreed to do the same, but then both sides accused each other of breaking the one-day truce. And according to Russian analysts and people close to the Kremlin, Putin seems to be convinced that he would lose negotiating power if he agrees to a ceasefire without securing certain concessions first. So far, we've seen Ukraine rejecting a deal put forward by the Trump administration that would be massively favorable to Russia, or with it including things like preventing Ukraine from joining NATO and having the U.S. officially recognize Russia's claim to Crimea. And with that said, Trump's envoy to Russia met with Putin this past Friday, with the Kremlin describing the conversation as constructive. And while they provided very few details, they did say that the discussion touched upon the possibility of direct talks between Russia and Ukraine. Right, and that is, you also had Trump briefly meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of Pope Francis's funeral this weekend, which is the first in-person meeting since that whole Oval Office blowout back in February. And again, we didn't get too many details, but both Trump and Zelensky painted the interaction in a positive light, with Zelensky telling reporters that the meeting was really productive, and you had Trump saying he believed that a ceasefire
Ruby
agreement
Ridge
could be
us.
on the horizon. You also had
No
Trump
Ruby
claiming that
Ridge
Zelensky
us.
might be willing to give up Crimea, which would be a massive shift for Ukraine's negotiating position that seems fairly unlikely, at least right now. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, back in the day, your dog eats better than you. It meant scoring some tasty table scraps. But these days, we know better. Treating dogs
Cooking
with
some
table scraps
meth?
isn't doing
Yes,
any
you
favors for our
are.
furry friends or
I
ourselves.
approve.
We all want a healthy pet,
Nice.
and diet is pretty much the one thing we can actually control. There are a lot of different pet foods
I'm
out there.
Ireland.
Today's sponsor, Sundays, was created by an actual vet who
It
got
sure
tired of the
sounds
processed
like
garbage.
Falcar has it in for you. What a bizarre thing to ask you to do.
Oh, the freckles on the elves' face. Spicy mayo. Where am I going? I'm going to turn in the rank quest, which I think I... Oh, no, I haven't done. I have to go talk to Naji. Yeah. I'm so good. What is that? That's like, I don't know. I guess you could. You could do it if there's separate songs. If there's separate songs, yeah, why not? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure people do. I keep going to the wrong NPC notes. That guy, huh? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean... The details of my trip. Oh, okay. Rank 3. Yeah. Give me my storage space, bitch. Please. Oh, please. What? Why? I need storage. There, the wardrobe is at least some storage. I need storage of some sort. You're so annoying. Now I have to level warrior before I can even do anything else, which is so dumb. So dumb. I hate it. At least they gave me Gil. Oh, I suppose 10 items works for warrior. Why would you take another bard over a DD? That's not really how the game's made. I'm letting it go.
I can't help you if you don't. Orantor doesn't like to brag, but no one can match the.
Ooh, reflect might be funny.
Have a look around. You
yeah,
won't find better
reflect will be
prices in
funny.
all Tamriel.
So, yeah, great. So, I guess I have all these repair hammers that I shouldn't be carrying. I am here for... Okay, so now I leveled up, I guess, so I can sleep here somewhere, I imagine. Let's turn on the music. I don't want to do any more Philip DeFranco. It was depressing, kind of. He'll do a good story at the end.
Most dogs were eating. And the genius part, it's airdrop.
No, I don't know. Maybe I'll finish
Like
it, whatever.
beef jerky, which means easy storage and zero fridge space needed. They knew that pet parents want something convenient but actually nutritious, because who has the time to become a full-time dog chef? And as someone who's been there watching dogs slow down with age and changing metabolism, I'm telling you it matters. We're talking real meat, organs, and superfoods, zero artificial junk. And truly, home delivery dog food, it is a life hack you didn't know you needed. So if you're ready to upgrade your dog's diet, head to sundaysfordogs.com/Phil
something else here, I guess.
percent off your first order. Sundaysfordogs.com/Phil, and trust me.
I divide my time between the Cheydinhall Guild and my own private studies at Willowbank.
I think the where I'm standing is preventing me from hearing him.
I'm Magician Orator.
No, it sounds all weird.
I divide my time between the Cheydinhall Guild and my own private studies at Willowbank.
Now, first of all, that should be louder. I don't know why it's lower. It's fucking annoying. It shouldn't be. And then... I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. Purchasing spells.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Open average lock would be fun if I had the skill, but I don't. Lightning shield, lightning wall, Aegis. What is Aegis? Shield on self 50%. Shield on for self.
Falcar gives out the strangest assignments sometimes. It's as if he doesn't really care about them.
I think it's because I'm standing on this elevator. I got rank 3. Now I have to go turn in zinc, I guess. I've got room for 11 stacks of zinc or whatever. How many stacks of zinc is it? It's like... We're done with this one, right? Yeah, and then what else is the next one? What's the next one about? The Four Musketeers or whatever? Oh yeah, it's kill 20 copper cutoffs, which is fine. That's actually not a bad one. I don't mind that one at all. Why couldn't they all be like that? It's stupid.
Falcar gives out the strength. Be seeing you.
Why does he sound so weird?
I hope I can help.
See, she sounds fine.
You too.
He sounds like he's in a tunnel for some reason.
I'm Magician Orator of the
Maybe it's the way they recorded him.
Have a look at my web. Take
Light
care.
and
Go
load.
ahead. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Skill level's too low. Will any of you guys train me at all? Yeah, recharge weapons.
Always keep your magical equipment charged.
Yes.
Take care.
I'm Trayvon, the Red Guard. We don't much like spellcasters in Hammerfell.
What?
Wizards steal souls and tamper with minds.
What?
You use magic. You're weak or wicked.
You're fucking
my
dumb.
My family didn't approve of my vocation, so I had to come to Cyrodiil for my education. I admit, I still have strong prejudices.
Your
against
family's dumb too, is
necromancy,
what you're saying?
Summoning an illusion. Profaning the remains or souls of the dead is just wrong, and I'm uneasy about tampering with others' minds and trafficking with Deidre.
I'm sure you are. To leave, who wants to 4 more zinc ore? You sound like a Republican. Zinc ore. I can straight from this one. The primary used to raise 10 Shadow Fame. It tells me this is 4 more zinc, but it was just port Bastock at F6. Okay, so to leave, zinc ore, 4 of them. 5 to 12 ores. Let's look at talk. Fast rep, I guess. Go back to fast rep or whatever it is. Yeah, the 10 Shoto invite, but then there's the Sahagin Stash, which is going to require 10 Shoto reputation 4. You're so annoying. How do I mean, how many stacks of zinc ore for 92 ores is like what, 5 stacks? So 'Yeah, but when was this? Yeah, no, that's right. $108 zinc ore, which is 10 stacks. How many stacks of zinc ore? Fuck. 12, 14, something. 14. Fuck.
Daedra cults aren't necessarily evil, of course. The Azura Shrine north of town, up Lake Arius, what... If you're looking for the most powerful spells, Falcar always has been pretty harsh. Even when it comes to... I think he even scared away the last... I can't remember. There's much I can show you. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
There. Oh, feathers too low. I want to buy this anyway. I don't care. Oh my god, I've got 10 gold left. That's not good.
Another satisfied customer.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're below. Thank you. I was guessing. Intelligence is going to cap here. Yeah, I believe it will. Yeah, nice. And then the archery... I want strength for carry weight now more than anything else, and we'll cap out endurance slowly, because that I don't think that matters almost like last.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'm about to... You prefer silence, then? Ironic, then, that I come... She's been watching you. That is why... Then heed my words, for I will not repeat. There you will find a man named Do this, and the next time you sleep in a location I deem secure, I will... Please, accept this. Now I bid you farewell. Have you not heard of the dark? Join us. We kill... We pray. Know that Rufio is old and weak. Dear sister, yes, I am a speaker, a representative of the Dark Brotherhood. My voice is the voice of the Black Hand, our organization's ruling body. One of my duties is to find exceptional individuals, such as yourself, and offer a place within our family.
Anywhere worms are? At a level? Trying to buy zinc, which is a goldsmith thing, at the bottom of the list, or, well, I guess I'll sort it. And then zinc at the bottom of the list. Zinc ore, yeah, we're going to buy 12 stacks. Ooh, it's cheap, look. Yay. We'll cap up and we'll do 2 trips or whatever. I'll buy like 6 and 6 or whatever. 7 and 6. 4, 5, 6,
Your path is clear. Send Rufio to his death, and the Dark Brotherhood will embrace you as family.
Hello.
Wow, he just he just like invises out past these mages in the mage hall. A lot of good mages you guys are. There should have been some cool RP here. Like, there's some kind of crazy dude in Chameleon here. We've detected him with our magical shields or whatever. It could have been really cool, but no, you lost an opportunity. Wow, I like that. I like that. That's actually beautiful.
How goes it?
Yes, the Gray Fox. So yeah, we're just like looking around, see what other stuff people do, training and purchasing spells. Anything else like Soul Trap? Can I get that one? No. Manipulation, water breathing, and sea stride, water walking on self. Yeah, there's some good spells here. But, yeah. So I think I'm done with this game for today. I'm going to pop out. It's making me think too much. Oh yeah, I'm going to the right place, yeah. No, I don't want a perfect dodge. Yeah, we're going to switch up here to just chatting. Anytime that I play a game that doesn't have any viewership, I'm just going to switch to just chatting. Yeah. Done. I don't know why you keep flashing that. I want you to go away now. And, yep. And then, oh, I went the wrong way, did I? Yeah, I did. How did I do it, though? I did. Yeah, I went the wrong way. I went, the wrong way that way. There is where I'm trying to go. Oh, yeah, let's go get my 76 daily out of the way.
Autopilot engaged.
Appalachian Outlaws mini-season to May 6th.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Good. 10 Shoto applications. Let's go track that one. 10 Shoto is yeah, so talk to specifically back to and then back to inspire.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Wow. Time flies.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oops.
Warp drive active.
Did you crash? You crashed immediately. Oh my god. The load.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Curious, these are United Colonies markings, but we are in Freestar Collective space. It then stands to reason that this was once a secret UC facility.
Now I understand the game better. I'm understanding that small looting is basically worthless, and like you can do it if you really need to. But really, it's much faster to just clear dungeons, really. They have a good ethos. They played WoW too. Oh, what the fuck was that? Whoa. What was that? Yeah, you get out there. I want to do a melee build on this character. I Oh, she would sort. I can understand that a little bit better, actually.
You appear to be prioritizing our nets over your own survival. There is also a likelihood of human death.
I am trying to. I already lost it. What was I trying to do? I'm trying to do a melee hit on, not on T, but on mouse 5. Power could be on T, yeah, or like 3. We could put alt on 3, I suppose. Yeah, why not make the alt 3, right? And then we'll come down here and we'll change this to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 dash plus. Yep, and then we go and we're gonna make T be my I don't know. T-Mat kind of actually makes better sense on as a power. Yeah, I guess that's okay. I mean, it's not really like my favorite, but you know, that's fine. That works. Yeah. The footsteps. I don't think I need them.
Captain, we should continue.
Oops. I love this game. It's slowly grown on me. I misunderstood it at first. But I'm actually very happy that it exists.
I am not sure why. The enemy is no longer visible. Searching.
I can't switch weapons? I don't know!
I do not feel pain, but I hear it is terrible.
What the fuck are you shooting at?
Enemy activity in the area has ceased.
Oh, yeah. I love this game. It has the best combat out of all of their games. Yeah, no.
it occurred to me that you have a... I'm detecting a safe nearby. We could make use of whatever is inside, provided you had some digipics. And a disregard for personal...
Comms relay has been trashed. The whole room is trashed. I can't call for help. I can hear the terror morph roaring somewhere. And more people screaming.
No property right. That statement is partially correct, but the only things held in...
I don't care what kind of... You're not talking to... So you got Pat. Bullshit. Not sure you can... I've heard enough out of easy fights. Yes!
What?
You gotta be kidding me. Oh no, you see, every...
That statement is part, but the only thing...
I don't care what... You're not talking to... So you got past... Yeah. I'm not falling. I've heard enough of
it dictates that I have to return to the lodge. No deviation.
I want to try this again.
You gotta be kidding. Oh no, you see, every crimson...
That statement is partial, but the only thing...
I don't care what kind of lies Barrett programmed that room. You're not talking to... So you got past it. They aren't? You sure? You're lying. I've heard enough out of you.
Ego dictates that I have to return to the lodge with no deviation.
Damn it. You tricked me. You tricked me.
For a moment, I thought that fall might kill you. I am aiming for
I am now going back to markets to go to port.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, wait. You took me downstairs? Oh, you took me downstairs. But, I mean, I didn't want to go downstairs. There's loot up there that I didn't get. There's, like, a bunch of bodies up there that I need to go get. But at least we're, like, done with looting this place. I can just freely run through.
Approaching Stargate.
Feels like there's something here, but no.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
There was something.
Approaching Stargate.
Your doc will be doing a happy dance. But then, next up, we've got the internet.
Oops. With a jetpack, I could have just flown to the roof, but they want you to see how cool having a jetpack will be.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Captain, to reach the launch, we must jump to the planet Jemison in the Alpha Centauri system, and then land.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking
This will all
request
become
accepted.
second nature before too long.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
That was not what I wanted to do.
Well, hey there, irate pirates. Looks like you finally did it. Boarded my ship, scrapped my bot, ripped those beautiful brown eyes out of my adorably cherubic face. And then you discovered the guy you had tagged as a treasure hunter doesn't actually have any treasure. Not anymore. It's true. I may have had a pricey trinket or two when I invaded your sorry asses at Kamazi, but brother had to buy you. So you get nothing except my gold. But I am gonna haunt your asses till the end of your days. Which, for a Crimson Fleet pirate, is about, what, another week?
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I do love this game. It is their best work, I think.
Autopilot jumping.
This is cool. See, like, there is good content here.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
God damn it. Fucking robot keeps one-shotting me. Fucking bullshit. With a single bullet. It's like, what the fuck? It is kind of interesting to see what they'll do. I love the content. I feel like I'm on a planet, like in space. Oh no, it's a capsule. Oh, good.
Autopilot jumping.
Fuck it. Let my robot kill them.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I like the way the gunfire looks. It's a lot better than Fallout.
Autopilot jumping.
They like knocked my robot and they went back to like
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
not knowing I'm here. What? The whole time he was around the corner for fucking 5 whole minutes doing nothing, just sitting there. So I walk around and sure enough, he got me. God damn it. Worse than the campers in the PvP games. The fuck was that?
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Yeah, like what's the rules about the robot? If he gets knocked.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Wow, there's a master safe here. Travel to Vulture's Roost. Oh, that's like a... Oh, yeah, okay. Travel to Vulture's Roost. See, this game is fun if you just let it happen. If you're like, oh, it needs to be Oblivion again. This time I was like totally lost or whatever in the game and I never came back or whatever. No, you need to like just let the game happen. There we go. Yeah, they're really just still fighting that fucking robot, like still fighting him. He just gets his ass beat every once in a while and then breaks stealth again, so they beat his ass, and it's like this never-ending cycle. I think he shoots one of them every once in a while, which is kind of funny. Now he's over here like exposing me. I like the window because it lets you watch them without being shot. You can just watch their like attitude and how they fire, and you can watch how they look and stuff. There is a lot of value to this game. There's a lot of cool RP to it. Yeah. No, we're gonna kill them all. Don't worry. I don't know why you're standing out there. You could come in here or make them come in here. I think I want to do this game alone. The followers are good, and they're good to have tanks, but it trains you to be a better player alone, I think. I like this, it's fun. Damn, I pissed you from so far, bitch. Ah, you didn't jump. You made the whole thing worthless. Why? You never jump when I tell you to. It's so fucking annoying.
I understand. You wish to kill us and take our belongings.
Feel like there's a bad setting. That? Blew up a container up here. What about them? Can I do that to them? Oh, there's a sandstorm.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, so what I want to do is on the other side, huh? Oops. I saw some tables out there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I think this should have made this 4-player. That's it, just 4-player. So you can live on the same ship and go land and go kill guys and get in loot and stuff. And be like, oh, we can make a base with this or whatever, you know?
Stargate.
It should have been 4-player. It would have been perfect. That was worth it. I got a level.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, well rested. 10% XP gain. Fed for 20 minutes. 30% health. 50% melee. 25% carry capacity. Hydrated. Sneak attack. Reload speed. And O2 recovery.
Approaching Stargate.
2 skill points. One weapons and lasers. Maximum health. Oh, you can box in this?
Autopilot jumping.
I'm gonna do buy for less, sell for more, yeah.
Drive active.
I did take the time to try and do this game, like, very earnest, but I like, mod in my way and try to tear through it like I normally do with Bethesda games. Now I've kind of relaxed to the experience that they want me to have. Oh, yeah, so there was a weapons bench here somewhere, and an armor bench, too, I think.
Approaching station.
Weapon workbench. Weapon workbench. Ah. So this Equinox that I've got. Oh, that does do it. Cool.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
in the ship, how do you bind what you're targeting at? Oh yeah, F. Okay. Oops. Sorry. This is why I saved.
Your safety is our #1 priority.
What have we got here? Don't look like a fellow homesteader. Something you wanted? You're outgunned, and you picked the wrong ship to pirate. Smartest decision you've... I'm listening. Just giving this place a survey. It's certainly got its perils. Knew a homesteader once who didn't do his research. Decided to settle down on a patch of land he thought seemed nice and quiet. Was real surprised, though, come the spring. Or as they came to know it, mating season. Extremely loud mating season. Rumor is the part of House Varun that wouldn't shoot you on sight disappeared into seclusion. Shame they didn't take their zealot friends with them. I can probably help you out.
No, that's not what I wanted. At all. Reload. Fucking so annoying. Ugh, selling things on these Bethesda games is so annoying. Ah, damn it. Oops, my finger slipped.
What have we got here? Don't look like a fellow homesteader. Got some knickknacks I could...
I don't think the melee is any good in this game. I'm not going to do it. Why is it DR... Like, why is it considered higher? I want value. Oh, I'm wearing the wrong helmet. Oops. That's change view. Oh. I forgot there even was a cockpit view. Save and I'm gonna get cool. Oh, that's the research station. Oops. I love this fucking game. It has such good RP. I don't know where I'm going. I'm going north to go turn in sync. Yeah. I not have iron? Oh, because I use it all? Oh. I wonder if it broke Bethesda's heart that the community gave this such a bad rating.
Autopilot engaged.
Because it's not a bad game. It's one of the better games out there. It's got so much goddamn just content to it.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Why won't you do anything, you stupid piece of shit? Your fucking bindings are constantly undoing. It's so annoying. I had my cutter. What's wrong with you? It was totally bound. What's your fucking problem? God damn piece of shit developers.
Autopilot jumping.
Operation requires so much bloodshed.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, first we sleep to when I want it to be. So right now, local time is 3 a.m. So we need 8 hours to get us to, I'm sorry, 7 hours to get us like, or 6 hours to get us like 9 a.m. And then we're gonna sleep for 24 hours to get the sleep buff perfect. And always have the XP buff up. I didn't know it was that good. It's a single player 76. They don't ever need to make 76 single player because this is a single player 76. I love 76. Okay, they want 4 zinc ore, right? Oh, I can trade him the whole stack, can't I?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Music's probably the best they've ever done, really. It's not quite as good as 76 sometimes, but it's good. It's like genuinely good. It's a little bit more elevator music-y than 76, but it's still a really strong suite.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it's raining and crappy today. So we sleep again.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I hate the windows on this ship. I hate it. Beautiful day, though. Nice. Lots of animals out there. Now we hydrate and eat. Chunks wine. Sushi rolls multi-pack. I'm gonna pull a double today.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I slid down too far. I need to sit up. There we go.
Approaching station.
Herding cutterhead herbivore. Beautiful. Graphically, the game is just off the hook. Always was. I could go to bed now and then I go to bed early tonight.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Wow, I don't remember Starfield looking this good. What? Come on, you one-shot me from half health, you fucking piece of shit developer. What the fuck's wrong with you? I scream about this every day for 4 years. It's gonna be 40 before you get a clue, you worthless piece of shit. Fuck you, you just stole like 10 minutes from me. What's your problem? My health bar was at like 60%. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's an RPG. Why do you do one-shots so much? You're so stupid. You need to write it into the code to check the mob and make sure it's not one-shotting every time. It's stupid. You fucking so dumb. You're so bad at goddamn design. How do you make these wonderful McLaren fucking, you know, like fucking Lamborghini games with bad steering wheels, you stupid piece of shit cocksucker developers? Fuck you.